Okay, we're back with more of the Haruspex route. Wrapping up day 3, I think. Still trying to do side quests. I left notes to myself that we gotta go talk to Notkin after confirming that the bandits have been removed with bad grief. And I have to try to maximize the time spent in the evening murdering bandits for their organs.
Yeah?
Or even more of a garbage Batman. The Bachelor will come. He's the type that always keeps their word. What? Oh, nay. Pig Latin. What does it mean? It's our thieves' talk. Okay. Whatever you say, dude. I think Notkin's straight south from here. I don't really have to worry about plague clouds yet. There's one area that's a problem, but it's not that bad. I've already bought a decent amount of twire today from the worms. I probably need to make sure I do a decent amount of that every day. Y'all are supposed to be gone. I guess maybe they'll just let me in without attacking me. Find out. Grief's orders. Eat this, you asshole. Yeah, you could really be a dick to these guys if you want to. Oh, hey. Other kids are here. Sup?
Screwed my food up. I can't walk on my own now.
Parlay, parlay. What dogs? I'm not a thief. Where are the crooks? How'd they let you through? They are no more. I have to thank you somehow. Take this weapon. It's handmade. Granted said it used to be a fowling piece. Rifle ammo or shot cartridges. Help me out here. Ammo's rare, can be found here and there. Okay. Ask the children, of course. Thank you. This is a sawn-off shotgun. Okay. Well, that's nice. I don't think I ever got a good weapon on The Bachelor.
What is this disease?
Scheming, are you? What are you up to? My Solana halves are sneaking around everywhere, watching out for enemy dog heads, catching halves, messing around. What kind of greater good? Make a map. Oh, so I get my infected map from this kid instead of from young Vlad. Will you show me? Do us a favor. How many? 10? Oh my god. Okay. I'll try, but that's an enormous amount. Okay, go talk to Capella. 10 immune system stimulants. Ooh, that's okay. Well, I guess I ended up not having to use the 10 brown twire from the previous quest, so should be able to use that. I guess I'll go stop over by Capella really quick, and then I'll go back and try to brew as many of those as I can. I might have to... I wonder if I should have fought the bandits just to get their organs, you know? What time is it? Okay. Early afternoon. I think going to Capella first is okay. What am I doing on organs at the moment? Pretty Pretty good. Alright, well, I could go do some trading with the worms, I guess. It doesn't say what kind of, alcohol they want, so I guess I'll just give them whatever is the least expensive. Ooh. Come on, big money. Let's get a Schmowder. I can afford one now. Yeah? Nope, nothing.
It's the same.
Your friend is out of danger. He landed himself in a soup with some bandits. How did he manage to settle so close to a bandit's den? He had a quarrel with Khan. Khan's the kid that's in the polyhedron. Yeah. Could use anything. 1,000 coins. Alright. It's not amazing, but didn't take a ton of time to do. Alright, so we gotta go make 10 alcohols. Looks like I gotta move a mouse across screens there. Actually getting over to my factory is kind of annoying sometimes. I can go all the way around over here. I want to keep checking the tailors for needles to trade with the children, for drugs and ammo. You didn't have shit. Even say that he's trying. We'll see if I'm gonna have to go out of my way to go buy some more twire. I might also have to harvest some. I say I have time left in the day and I'm not exhausted and I don't have any bandits to kill. I could go try to walk around in the empty areas. Hey, bandage. Also, see, I might have to deposit a bunch of stuff while I'm out here. I think I'm... yeah. This game kicks your ass on inventory space, and the Haruspex playthrough for sure. Be careful jumping here. I took damage last time. Exhaustion's actually getting pretty high. Maybe it's a good time while I'm here to use some morphine and rest. We might do that. Let's see. Probably deposit the hook for now. Gold rings trade decently. Do I want to rest for 5 hours? I think we established that this last quest is the only side quest for the day, right? Because I did 1, 2, and we're on 3, and there's 1, 2, 3. Okay. So that gives me several hours to finish it. I guess let me make sure that I actually have enough resources to make this, because if I don't, that's going to be a problem. Don't think I need that corpse blood anymore. Oh, I thought I had way more of these. Maybe I don't. Oh, here we go. That's the one I was thinking of. I guess I have to review what the recipes are. Before I take them out here. I haven't made every possible recipe yet. So I think brown is easiest to come by. I need to double check the worms to see what their prices are. Oops, shit. 2 black, 1 brown, 1 brown, 2 svevery, 2 brown. Okay, I think that's the fewest. 2 black, 1 brown is the fewest. Okay, so I am gonna go have to buy some more. I'll go do that real quick. We'll come back. I think I have enough organs for it. See if I can pick some while I'm out too. Go to this guy because he's the closest. This makes me really curious to see how the Changeling playthrough is going to be like. It already kind of feels like the Haruspex fills in all of the gaps in the Bachelor playthrough. That you're like visiting all of the regions that the Bachelor had no reason to go to. And you're focusing on kind of the opposite of what the Bachelor was focused on. But curious to see how you do that again with a third campaign. It was neat in that I didn't really notice the absence. I think there was only one quest that took me far out into like the swamp area as the Bachelor. And that just didn't occur to me as significant on that campaign. It seems a little quiet on OBS. I'll turn it up a hair here. How much blood do you need? Okay, so I have to trade blood to be able to trade. I'm gonna keep that in mind. Black is unfortunately rather expensive. Yeah, I need to buy out his whole stock. I need to save blood if I can for unlocking the ability to trade with dudes. Oh. Fair trade. I don't think I need any brown. Yeah, 2 black, 1 brown. So I have enough brown to make a total of 10. I guess while I'm out here in the wilderness, I'll see if I can pick any for free. I think I'm going to try to squeeze out finishing up this quest. And then I will go rest and have some morphine and see how much trash can Batman we can get away with in the evening. I don't think I've noticed that hill before ever. Pretty gnarly, whatever it is. Some cows over here, apparently. Just out here looking for plants. Don't mind me. No plants today. I don't know how they're set to regrow. I assume they can. We had an NPC earlier mention something about being able to get several per day. Either way, I think I have to hoof it all the way to another one of the worms to trade for more of the black twire. I'm basically out of organs, though, so I'm a little concerned. It's a pretty tall order from this kid. I might be able to buy some from one of the merchants. I can go check out the bar and see if there are any on sale. So I'd almost rather spend the coins on it, or the rubles, than precious organs. Time is definitely a problem. I mean, it always is in this game, but in particular today, it's a problem. The pub? Okay. Check the pub. And it's just an insane ask. Like, I feel like it would be challenging enough if he asked for, like, 4 or 5. I think I can trade them food, but I'm nervous about using food. I think food has a better exchange rate than organs. It's just much, 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 much harder to come by. I don't know if I have enough water for this guy. Oh, I just barely do. I could try selling some bandages and use that to fund the purchase of food for trading. He does sell some, but I don't know if that would count. I think it has to be the kind that I can craft. I guess I could look that up. I think that's just the alcohol directly and not one of the ones that like boosts immunity. I could literally just check those trash cans. So I don't really need the plague map. I could just leave this quest incomplete. It doesn't really change my behavior for the day, and if I have to go into a plague district, I have to go into a plague district, right? So I'm tempted to just ignore it because the price is so steep. Since it's a side quest, I guess I could look up, like, if I get any reward other than the ability to get maps from him. This is day 3. Complicated reasons. My viewers control my schedule, and it seems like it's worth playing through the original game before playing the sequel. Because although it's kind of a remake, it's only kind of a remake, and that makes a little bit more sense after having beaten the Bachelor playthrough. Sandfest and Sanddirt. State of emergency. The same message the Bachelor got, I think. Try to exhaust my current supply of organs here. But I think I might just hold on to whatever I get and skip this quest. So I think the cost is going to be extreme, and I don't know that the payoff is super worth it. But I'll see what I can trade over here regardless. I'm just not getting lucky on random stocks to pick. Letter. Annotation for patrolmen, couriers, executors, and sanitary personnel. Disease is incurable, there is no vaccine. Probability of contracting the disease is lower for someone who's taken immune system stimulants. Synthetic clothing. Transmitted by droplets. Not contagious at early stages. Regarding the executors, in consideration of a particular line of work, we believe you'll not be able to avoid infection. Consider using the Schmowders. I guess that's your hint. I don't know if we ended up getting that message as Dankovsky, but I think the same information was communicated. Sup? He needs blood too. I should get value from it by at least trading with him a little bit. How much can I squeeze out of this guy? I probably want to hold on to a blood. Nah, he has a really good price on food. I could give him one food. Just to try to get as many of these as I can get. Currently over trading with him quite a bit. I don't know if I can help the little over trading problem, unless if I buy another thing from him, which I guess I could do. Can't drop by 2, right? I might just have to eat it. I guess I could give him the milk. That's not super helpful for me. There we go. 0. Alright. Thanks, man. Hopefully that doesn't bite me in the ass later, trading that fresh fish. I'm gonna try to find another food shop to replace that fish I just bought, maybe with some of the bandages I've been picking up. And I think I'm gonna rest and see how much trash can Batman vigilante work I can do in the evening for some organs for tomorrow. I will look up that there's no long-term super negative consequences from skipping this quest other than not being able to get plague maps. But if anyone in chat is familiar with this game and familiar with the Haruspex route, maybe shield me from accidental spoilers from Googling about the quest. Free to speak up. Yeah, I'm excited to play Pathologic 2 eventually. I asked the same question when this was first added onto my voting spreadsheet. Why aren't we just playing the more recent game? But with the whole reveal about the powers that be in the first game, it kind of makes sense that it's not just a remake. It's a remake and kind of a sequel. But we are going to play it eventually. I think it's going to get bundled with the Changeling campaign sometime in the next few years. And I have the water for this guy. I think so. Very sneaky. Might try to rest at Big Vlad's. Oh, 2 teensies. Alright. Come on, Schmowder. Nope. Pretty sure I already did the theater performance for today, but I guess I can pop in and check. Schmowder? Nothing. I don't think I'm ever going to see one. Just double checking. I think we did this last week, but
A wrong
yeah.
place invites a fate.
Making sure you're alive and well. Okay, looking for a food shop, and then I'm probably going to rest at Big Vlad's, because I think I still can. I'm gonna look this up real quick. It's called By the Barak Family Recipe. If you fulfill the request, you still have to pay him money to get the maps. If you don't, you have to trade razors. Oh, well, yeah, then I don't think I want to do that. Just making sure I wasn't gonna, like, lose a bound or something. I think there was one side quest that not doing it would have doomed the playthrough. Like, there was one where it ended up getting me a whole bunch of panaceas, but it's unfortunately not something that I can just eyeball. Terribly safely. Alright, I replaced that fish, and I think I'm not going to get away with only trading organs. I think I'm going to have to trade food, because the exchange rate is just ridiculously better than organs. So I'm probably going to have to overbuy food every day, and try to make up money wherever I can. I might be wrong, my assumption, this isn't informed by anything, but other than like how the Bachelor playthrough worked, but I think I'm gonna get to a point where I need to combine recipes to make the panacea, because that's what the Haruspex did during the Bachelor playthrough. And so I kind of want to hoard as much Twire as humanly possible, because I can see I'm gonna operate on the assumption that this game is mean, and that the recipe for the panacea is going to be like super complicated and very expensive. I just straight up couldn't get any as the Bachelor. I had to get it from quests. Buy you out, buddy. Guess I'll have some morphine, right? Alright, I'm gonna have to get some more. I think the non-teensy little girl has morphine. I know the blonde kid does. Let's see, walnuts and peanuts. Pineapple smells. Hey kid. She has morphine, but I don't think I want to give up the things that I trade with her. So I think I can do bladed objects with the blonde kid. Probably a better deal. I'm not, like, in a huge rush for it. I'll just need some by tomorrow. I guess I could also get some from a drugstore, but I think it's, like, crazy expensive in drugstores and relatively cheap from children. So let's see if I get lucky and roll another kid here. No, just a water guy. Oh well. Fight some bandits. Oh. Okay. "5 hours. Children are unaware of the real street value of opiates." Right. So I need to try to eat stuff that's efficient for my hunger meter, but not super efficient for trading with the worms. I think there's a bigger plot reason why the kids have all the drugs and ammo. Instead of it just being, like, weird and unsettling, it's, like, actually part of the main story, but... I think this is the food store where there's another door that goes into a house that has, like, a looter in it. Hey, thanks for the follow. Check garbage park over here, and primary main objective is to murder bandits to harvest their organs. I guess the organs are kind of... They trade for a decent amount, but not as good as what I get from the money I get from killing the bandits that I can use to buy food that I can then trade for plants, so... Doing okay in inventory space, yeah. Probably should head back to my house and deposit some of this. Whatever time period we passed, we've got refilled trash cans. This guy turned, or did he just... Okay. I thought that was one of the guys who trades water. I was incorrect. I feel weird walking around town without an objective, just looking for bandits. I feel like this is not ideal. It's good when I'm like killing them because I'm en route to do something else, but there's one. The beta's throw there. That went well. A lockpick too. Nice. It's really nice when they drop their weapon. Ooh, got some nuts there. Although now my food inventory is starting to fill up. Careful about that. I guess once it turns over midnight, I can try to go to the usual locations. It seems like the Haruspex likes to check in with the Bachelor, with Big Vlad, and I guess maybe the kids, like Notkin, although Notkin didn't really acknowledge the fact that I had already done a quest for him when I came back to him. Let's go over to the eastern part of town, I guess. What are we doing? Hunger, health, and exhaustion are all fine. Health could be better, but I'm going to have to get some drugs from children tomorrow. I don't know if I want to spend money on it. I had like 10 of them, but I sold most of them for money. But I have a little bit of room to take damage from the muggers without feeling like I have to reload constantly. I feel like there aren't too many bandits out tonight. It's usually, like every intersection has one. Oh, well, spoke too soon. Shit. Oh, got me, I think. Wait, did he? Maybe he didn't. Shit. I don't think he did, actually. Not as good a drop that time, but I'll take the organs. And I get... No, he has enough stock. Okay. Trying to avoid using bandages for anything other than selling for money, but because I think the morphine is quite a bit more effective in terms of like the healing you get per.
The day is good. Your timely efforts allowed your supporters to remain unharmed. A new mine performance is being rehearsed.
Per ruble, I guess, is the way I think about it. Well, near the theater, I may as well go see the mime performance. And we'll go to the usual suspects here. I'm gonna try the Bachelor, Big Vlad, and maybe all the children, but I guess I'll start with Notkin. Oh, I don't have space for that. Yikes. Okay. I'm gonna have to deposit or trade some of these nuts away, I think. I guess I could eat one of these. Probably eat the milk. Just get a letter. Isidore Barak's diaries. Right, we get an update on this every day. Oh, he was already ahead of things. Damn. Black quarantine. Reuben. Cured with dead rule. The time will come when the starving ancient mother will devour her offspring. The depth of her gullet cannot be measured. The searing heat of her cavities cannot be quenched. Awesome. That's fine. That's completely fine. Nothing alarming about any of that. Alright, so I think my plan is check out the theater show, go see if the Bachelor has anything for me early. I'll probably stop out by the worms to buy them out using some of the fresh food I just bought. Keep looking for bandits, of course. Looks like there's one down there. It would be great if he would aggro somebody else. I keep having to tank these guys. I don't see anyone else on the road for him to aggro. He's on me. Oh no, he aggroed the other dude. Alright, well, I'll be able to get his organs at least. Be really careful targeting these guys while they're looting somebody. So they can, like, instantly step up and attack you if you're not careful. Hey! Glad he was able... I forget that, like, I actually kind of want them to kill the other person, because I can harvest the organs of someone I didn't kill for free. Okay, and now the plague has spread further, so... I'm gonna try to stay out of plague districts if I can walk around them. Like, it's super annoying to keep having to dodge plague clouds, and rats in particular, so I'll see if I can go around. Later in the playthrough, it basically becomes impossible to do that, though. Because there's just so many plague areas. Let me look for, Come on, needles. Needles, needles, needles. That's a fish hook. Which also isn't terrible, but it takes up a whole slot in the other inventory, and I don't know if I want to use it right now. I think all my fish hooks are deposited in my stash. Yeah, really. Nothing worrying about that note. I think the idea is that the Bachelor wants to preserve the polyhedron because it's like pretty art. And the Haruspex wants to preserve the town because it's like human beings. I don't know what the Changeling wants. We'll see when we do her playthrough, I guess. But none of it, it's all moot because this is all an elaborate make-believe thing being conducted by some children. Try to time this so I get some free damage on the bandit and still have this other guy die in the process would be great. Ah, shit. Well, at least I didn't have to tank any hits from him. I'll count that as a win. Probably gonna have to sell some of these lockpicks. Alright, so... It's interesting that as the Haruspex, it seems like you go talk to the Bachelor a lot. But as the Bachelor, I think you only talk to the Haruspex like maybe 3 or 4 times. There's a couple quests that are specifically about it, but it's not, the Haruspex isn't like a core quest NPC.
You look unhealthy.
A lot of my plates. Come back in the morning at 7 o'clock. Okay. So let me try to time things so that I'm back there around 7. Thinking about checking on Notkin. Find loot and trash cans wherever I can. Notkin, maybe bad grief. I get a sense that the other children matter too, but because just from when you beat Bachelor, it tells you who all of the Haruspex's bound are. And I guess I've already unlocked them in here, haven't I? Yeah, they're all kids, so. I don't think I've talked to the Canes at all this playthrough. It's interesting. He has a needle. Take that, thank you. Oh, let me sell you some lockpicks while I'm here, I guess. Worried that I'm going to regret this later. How many... I basically never had to break into anybody's houses as the Bachelor. They don't sell for anything. I'll wait to start selling them until I'm going to run out of inventory space for ammo or guns. But right now I still have spots, so I'll hold on to them just in case the game demands it later. I guess I could also bank them. They're only selling for like 360 each, so I'd have to sell like 7 or 8 lockpicks to be able to afford a fresh fish, which doesn't seem like a great trade. Alright, Notkin is the next objective. Have some water. Thanks, dude. Try to stop at food shops. I might go pop out to try to talk to all of the worms and buy them out if I can. Oh, hey. Beautiful. I love how the townsfolk kind of fight the same way. They, like, take steps back. Ah, shit. I mean, hey, you're welcome, townsperson. I'm happy to have helped you. I'm not disappointed that you didn't get killed in that altercation so I could harvest your organs for free. Such a good-natured person. Oh, yeah. I guess once I go talk to Notkin, I'll try to head back to my base and deposit some of these nuts. I think I can trade nuts with 2 of the children. Oh man, I totally blanked on checking out the theater performance. I'll do that now. Got another bandit? Yeah. Attack the townsperson. I think if his ranged attack hits them, it's an instant kill, but I'm not sure. There he goes. It was. It's actually... If I could let him kill the other guy, that would be even better. I wonder how much you can get away with that, right? Like, just maximum bandit cheese, or you like try to like lure him from townsperson to townsperson so you can get all their organs. Oh god, there's another one. That hasn't happened. Hold on. Shit. I see it right before he attacked him. Should see how many side quests are on day 4. Haruspex. I don't want to see spoilers for them, just want to see how many there are. There's 2. Okay. He aggroed a different guy that time. Shit. He did kill the other guy, though. Alright, having a night of it over here. Notkin, that's right. Oh no, I keep getting distracted and not doing the theater performance. I'll do that first. I'll try to turn up the audio. For some reason, the performances are always really quiet, so I'll turn it up and then turn it back down.
So?
It stays away from dead bodies, disappearing from corpses without a trace. It's been established that you can outweight it if you're careful and discreet. The glass will keep the best, as it's supposed to.
What does it mean?
It means we have a fighting chance. The infectious agent only sticks to living matter and is repelled by dead surfaces. Those who remain indoors are more likely to survive. Scurrying and making a fuss means death. All in all, we can fight.
You self-serving jerk. You've got your own agenda, haven't you? You're always up for a fight. You just need an adversary. What about the people?
Hush! Don't you get in his way. He seems to have a plan.
It's all wrong. It's no good at all.
Remember this. This is when you find out via Reuben that the dead aren't contagious.
We find
Making sure you're fine, as you do. Okay, let's go to Notkin and then let's deposit some stuff. Oh shit. Shit. Okay, that went fine. Ooh, we got a new knife. Very exciting. I think my current knife is dead. I have 2 dead knives, so I want to trade those with the blonde kid. Because he will give me full trade value even if it's at 0 durability. I guess I could continue to use it until I get a chance to trade it, just so I can save the 100% one in case there's like a story mission. So I think the 100% durability knife tends to kill those guys in like a couple hits instead of a bunch of hits. This area is plagued, which sucks. Oh. So now is the first day that we've got plague robe people. Oh fuck, I had a rat already. Uh-oh. Curious about looting infected corpses, if that counts as the same shit. Wanted to stop in that food shop, but hey. Can't afford the crackers, but that's fine. Definitely need to deposit some stuff soon. Save. Sucks that Garbage Park is infected. I get lots of good loot here. I think the placement of the plague clouds is more predictable than I was realizing as the Bachelor. Watch me say that and then immediately walk into one, but I think that the game tries to put them in annoying areas, like at intersections. Places where you're likely like thinking about where you're gonna have to turn around. Thank you. I think all of these extra like people recommending follow bots are hacked accounts because they all seem to have like real account names. You could see that being their way of getting around Twitch just auto banning them if they steal accounts and use them for that. Probably apply my pain in the ass theory of puzzle design in video games where like the answer to the puzzle probably involves you doing whatever is a bigger pain in the ass. I bet that also generally applies to plague cloud placement in this game. Side. That was bad. I guess someone aggroed me right as I went inside here.
Have you heard? The bandits are cutting people. They want bad shit.
Skinner District is empty. What's the district look like now? Marauders all over the place. Houses are standing unlocked. Grabbing what they can. Connecting up together soon. Why so bloodthirsty? It's a good chance I'd end up as the Thrashy. They've got crowbars. Nick them from the works. They can offer a bounty on every marauder. Whoever brings 4 crowbars will get... Okay. So he did have a quest. Notkin has a peculiar idea of taking care of his friends. Reward of every 4 crowbars brought to him. The only way to get them is to kill the looters that carry them. Okay, so I was worried about this. This is why I didn't sell the lockpicks. That the Bachelor was basically never in a position where quests drew me to deal with looters. I think I'm gonna go deposit stuff before I go try to trade stuff with the worms. I do not know what the attack patterns are on the looters, though, like I do on the bandits, so I might have to practice that a little bit. Not seeing any Twire. They may have set the spawns on the Twire so that you always have to go like out of your way to see them. They won't be visible from just like general civilization. Okay, so we gotta deposit stuff. I'll deposit some of these lockpicks. Probably don't need all of these rations on me all the time. Who doesn't walk around with 5 eggs in their pockets all the time? That's a very normal thing to do. Probably deposit these again since I'm not doing that quest. Although, I think I want some of these sharp objects. Yeah. Well, I guess I can wait. I'm going to deposit them for now. I'm going to wait until I'm out when the kids are out later in the day. I think I've got anything to mix. I just wanted to come here to deposit shit, so this should be fine. So you specifically mentioned sticky, and I think that's right. I think this is the day that you learn that whatever area was a plague area the previous day gets burned out the next day. Because the whole it doesn't spread from dead things concept. Regular NPCs, not murderers. Oh, this might be a dead end. I hate this part of town. It's so hard to remember how to navigate through it without checking the map constantly. Might still be rats in burned out areas. I don't remember. Hellant cloak. I'm wondering if I feel like the guys that throw Molotovs were like I could just ignore them on the Bachelor. They had pretty good loot, but they were super annoying to fight. I'm going to say that I'm curious if this an actual plague house, or maybe looters here? It seems bad. I don't think I want to be here. I think this is a new plague district. I don't think this place counts as burned out. Maybe I made a mistake about that map thing, because maybe it matters if I'm supposed to be going to the burned out districts with the looters, that makes more sense to try to do. I don't think I've seen one of these herb brides just out walking around. That's really strange. I guess I can always just walk around and try to find them, though. They're usually based on whatever the layout was the previous day. I probably should have saved my plague maps from the Bachelor playthrough, because they're presumably the same. This guy steals my kill, I swear to God. How much does a bandage heal? Not very much. Yo. He does have a nice egg in these trying times, but I'm good. So I'm still operating on the assumption that we want to go to where Sticky is, which I believe Sticky's over here. Yeah. I actually kind of have this map decently in my brain now. Like, not well enough that I can walk around without checking it constantly. Because I can't keep track of my orientation very well. But I think somebody mentioned that Pathologic 2 has a compass, so that would help a lot. Get those from children, please. Do you still have to deal with rats? Gotta be careful here. I don't know how to fight these guys. Oh shit, well, not like that. That was a really bad save, too. So they do like a double punch, it looks like. I might die as soon as I load in. I don't really have anywhere to back up, unfortunately. Shit. Okay. I need a different strategy. Let me go back to that shop that I saved in. So those are the looters, but I need to figure out a way to fight them effectively. I think this is the house. With bandits, they kind of stand still after a while, which is nice. These guys do back up a lot. Ah, shit. Sorry, this is going to be really annoying. I'm going to have to reload probably many times because I have zero practice with fighting them like I do with the bandits. I could maybe burn the other bandages just to try to get practice so I don't have to reload as quickly, but for me to do this effectively, I think I'm just going to have to zero damage kill them. It's not predictable if they're going to do that jump back ability, so I think they're just harder. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Maybe now's the time to use the higher durability knife. Well, shit. Their fists have really long range, it turns out. Oh, man. Makes me wonder if these guys are designed to punish you for trying to melee them, and that you really need to use guns on them, but I do not have the ammo to support that. Finally killed one. I did get hit in the process. That's a crowbar. Okay. Are there more assholes in here, I guess is the question. You know what would be awesome is if we found some drugs in one of these houses. Not alpha tablets, though. They're the shitty drugs. Talking about the good shit. Can there be more than one looter in a house? Yes. A bit easier in a big room like this. Still probably gonna die. Hey Herm, how you doing? I think I'm actually gonna try to go back because I want to try to do the oops. Oh, god damn it. Sorry. I want to try to kill the first guy without taking damage here, which is hard. Nice. How's GDQ been? Man, it's really hard to not take damage from them. I think if one thing was different, if I always had the same dagger animation, or if they always jump back after attacking, or if they always did a 1-2 punch instead of sometimes doing a 1 punch, if one of those things were true outright, I'd have a better chance of surviving. Once I get stuck in that hallway, it's already too late. I don't really have a good room to fight that first one. Cool. I know Andrew's gonna want to see the CTR one. The antechamber one is 100%. Is that just playing the game really well, or does it have some, like, wall clipping cheese or anything like that? I guess I could try running past the door. I need to have more room to maneuver is the problem. The one upstairs I'm able to kind of maneuver by, like, dancing around in a circle, but... I have any advantage on the stairs here. I think so. Again, apologies. I have to do this. I've never fought these guys as the Bachelor. I need to learn how to fight them like I know how to fight the bandits. So this is just going to be painful for maybe 30 minutes or so. This is a bigger room, I think. Maybe not. Is this the room? I think this is the room I was thinking of. Yeah, I might have some room to dance around in the kitchen. Try to figure out what my cheapest possible option is for guns, but I also don't know how many shots they take to kill and whether... Because like I have a pipeline to replace my daggers. I don't have a pipeline to repair my guns because that's really expensive. And not get hit the instant I walk in the room. NES Willow? Interesting. Yeah, sometimes I'll like hit them and they'll like move forward a step. They'll like teleport forward and hit me. There might just not be a way for me to do this safely. I might just have to burn resources to even have a chance to beat them. I might try a different house really quick just to see if maybe the problem is that the looter is spawning in the first room, and if I can get the jump on them, I can have an easier time with it, but I'm not holding my breath about it, you know? I think this house is even worse because it's a straightaway to come attack me. I read on Leon. I don't really have any ideas to improve this, unfortunately. I think that one on the second floor that was in a really big, like, room, I might be able to, like, circle strafe around, but... This is the same format. It's a different house, but it's laid out the same way. Maybe these guys are more about letting them come to me. Oh, you know, I bet that's what I gotta do. That went better. I still took a damage. Okay. So I'm gonna try that. I think if I let them come to me, and then always back up after landing the dagger. The problem is, like, I really need the thrust dagger, not the slow swing dagger, and I have zero control over which one plays. It's just random. And if they don't back up, I'm just screwed. Yeah, if they continue to advance on me and I have nowhere to back into, I'm just going to take damage, and there's nothing I can do about it. It may have been that I just got lucky last attempt. Or a couple attempts ago. Shit. Yeah, I love how their punch, like, you can imagine that wherever their fist is, imagine like 2 other fists in front of that, and that's where the hurt box is for it. I need to kill 4 of these guys, a minimum for this quest. God. This might be my wake-up call that I'm going to have to deal with guns on the Haruspex playthrough. But I don't have any resources to do that right now, unfortunately, so I'll try to kill at least one of them. Oh, and they're slightly shorter than me, so if my swing is above their head, they take no damage. That's cool. Yeah. The problem I was describing of the size of the hurt box on their fists, imagine that, but the exact opposite for my dagger. Whatever it looks like it's attacking, it's actually slightly closer to my chest than that. I guess I could try just punching them, right? See if that's a consistent animation. It's a return of odd job. Oh god, you get different punches. No! Game! It's atmospheric baby crying, not you fucked up your karma baby crying. Different kind of crying. Fuck. Starting to think of alternatives. I don't think I can 0 damage these guys. Not with the knife, anyway. The number of times that I swing and don't hit is too damn high. No, I wonder if there's cheese I can do. Like, remember that level where we had to, like, jump on a table? Because there were, like, can they hit me if I'm on a bed, for example? I can't get on a bed. There was a level a while ago where, this was on the Bachelor playthrough, where you had to fight 7 bandits, and it was like, impossible. So the way you ended up doing it was just jumping up on something, and then they couldn't hit you. So I guess I can check this house to see if there's a thing I can jump on. It doesn't look like it lets me jump on the bed. Let's try to make it to the kitchen, I guess. Can I get on this? Oh, I totally can. All right. Oh, can you hit me? Oh, they... For a second, it looked like they couldn't. Now, hold on. Maybe that was just a problem because I was on the corner. I was like, for a brief second there, I was really excited. I was like, oh my god, I might have a solution. If I stand more in like the dead center of the table, can they still get to me? Was it just that I was on the edge there? Okay. 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 Oh, hey! Alright, it only took me like 30 minutes, but we have a cheesy solution to the problem. Okay. I think the problem is he was like running over here, and there's like a little step stool there that they can actually climb up. Alright, let me try to lure the guy upstairs down here and do the same thing. So much cheese. I think that counted. That was actually a more earned victory there because I went to the wrong table and they were still able to attack me, but hey, I'll take what I can get. Alright, so I have to do that 2 more times. But at least now I feel like it's maybe possible. That's a pretty good find there. We got the antibiotic that you can use when other people's bound become infected, so you can still go talk to them. It's definitely save. Whoa. Yeah, I want that kerosene, actually. I should have just left it. I don't think it sells for very much, and I can't trade it with any of the children. Or ammo or drugs. I don't know if it's only those big dinner tables that are relatively safe. Man, I'm gonna have a... Put this... I don't want that. Wow, I didn't loot houses at all on The Bachelor, and it seems like it's a really good way to make money. Okay, noted, I guess. I guess you still have to deal with the looters, which are not trivial to take care of, but... Alright, so this is gonna be ugly again. I gotta try to get my cheese to line up here. Let me use my shittier weapon, so I'm not wasting durability. Guys that I've already trapped. Wonder if this is effectively an infinite supply of organs, too. I assume the looters don't respawn, but... Same deal, there's just a guy up here. Yep. Sure is. Let's try to go the right way this time, though. I think I just made the exact same mistake. Wait, no, this is right. Don't let him climb up there. Alright, this is fine. Oh, there's 2 this time. Yikes. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Everything's fine. This is fine. They're stacked exactly on top of each other, though, so looting them is kind of a challenge. There we go. All right. So I now have enough crowbars for the quest, and I have a strategy to deal with these guys in the future. So that's cool. Do need to stop to deposit stuff soon, though. I've got an inventory space issue. Let's be in here. Oops. I guess this ends up being quite a bit more effective on the Haruspex because of my ability to harvest their organs. But I suppose their drops aren't all bad. Alright. Go turn in this quest. Keep in mind that I can do this if I'm in a bind. Oh, it's a little annoying to do. Subtle way of making everything. Yeah. One of those "is that on purpose" questions. Can't tell. Hey, bud. Come on, man. I guess the fear is that a plague rat could spawn while I'm trying to fight this guy. You steal my kill, dude, I swear. I guess I still get his organs. You stole my kill! At least I didn't take any damage. Okie doke. I just imagine that someone who's been like super turned off by Pathologic and just says like, you know what, that game's not for me. I'm just not going to tune in while he's playing it. Tuned in right there when I was reloading for 20 minutes trying to learn how to fight the looters, and they're like, yep, I'm good. Not that like playing this game normally and well without reloading constantly is any more like loaded with content, but no, come back. It's not always like this, I promise. It's usually more boring than this. By design. It's a food shop, right? We'll take a nice egg in a trying time. Thank you. We were discussing it a bit in Discord. There's that meme of the thinking about doing X versus actually doing X, where it's like the little girl that's like looking happily in the air and then looking miserable as she's doing her homework. But for Pathologic, thinking about playing Pathologic and actually playing Pathologic are both the miserable girl. And that's in the fan subreddit. That's like the #1 post of all time in our Pathologic. Rat. I promise it's normally like this. I think that's a false gap, but I'll go check. Nope, don't load. Ooh, gold ring. Nice. Guess I'll see if Notkin lets me trade in multiple sets of crowbars. I might try to do that just to get ahead on the curve a little bit. I don't know if he will, though. Hey, man. Got some water for you for your bandage. Thank you. We have children to get drugs from yet? We do! It's 6 a.m. It's when they start crawling out from under the woodwork. Oh, fuck. Dog and a bandit. I don't know if the dogs actually attack me, though. Hey, man. Dodges knife. Things are going so well. See if I can make a paint drying stream work. Feel like an idle game. Alright, I am desperately in need of drugs from children, so... the timing's not great in terms of my exhaustion here. Some eggs. I'm gonna try to trade for ammo with the blonde kids. They like edged weapons. Hooks and shit. I think they like pocket watches too. And we're gonna deposit some of these rations here. Make space so I can buy stuff. Yeah, it was, whatever retro rocket picked, so. I like most of them. Shark Game, Realm Grinder. I think I'm the most excited to see where Idle Loops ends up going. I really like that game's premise. It's got a neat little twist. Other than that, a lot of idle games are kind of just degenerate with cookie clicker, but... It's interesting how acceptable that is for idle games, to just be a reskinned cookie clicker. I guess you kind of get stuff like that with a lot of mobile games where you can make 8 different variations on Cannibalt or Flappy Bird or whatever without really adding anything new to the like auto run and all you can do is jump game, right? That was almost very bad. I have an interesting instinct playing as the Haruspex. So, as the Bachelor, you had this like plague scope that you would imagine would let you see plague clouds from further away, but it was actually completely useless. And so as the Bachelor, I would occasionally have the inclination after having just seen a plague cloud, oh, I should tap the button that brings up my plague scope so I can see those clouds sooner. And then I would remember, oh wait, no, it doesn't actually do anything. Never mind. And now as the Haruspex, I have the same inclination, except there's the additional layer of remembering that the Haruspex can't use the useless button. So I still reach my thumb out to press it, and now for 2 reasons I don't. The exponential growth formula is easy to make. Yeah. It's a bummer, because I think that as a genre, it has a lot of potential. I said, RuneScape is basically an idle MMO. I feel like a game like Pathologic, like the basic formula, if you have this big town that you have to slowly walk around in order to do things, you can merge this pretty well with an idle game. Like if that was the fundamental stress of this game is that you have all these needs you have to attend to and that you can't be in more than one place at one time, and you have to go around and like try to keep the plates spinning, right? Letter. Bachelor's invitation. It is 7 a.m. and he told me to come talk to him again at 7 a.m. So I will head to him right after I turn this in. There's supposed to be 2 side quests today, so I've already found one of them. I don't have any idea where the other one is at all. Shit. I like it's something that RuneScape does really well. I like the idea of idle games having like breakpoints where the entire core loop completely changes. After you've sunk like, 10 hours into playing it one way, now you get a completely different way to play it. That's basically the entire pitch for RuneScape is that.
Where are my daredevils?
You meant these crowbars, right? Whoa, good deal.
Bachelor wants to turn on cassette.
Wait, did I just get another quest? No. Weird.
I smell
Well, I just got a bunch of ammo, so that's nice. Oh, cool, Ramadan. Core loop changes eventually. I think Realm Grinder probably feels the closest in terms of like attention calibration to something like RuneScape. Oh, did I get a free plague map out of that? Oh, no. I think I accidentally paid him. Yeah, I think I'm down some razors. I just didn't understand that that's what the dialogue was describing. I think this is before I talked to him the first time. Okay, I don't actually want to do that, though, so...
No time for Ching Wagon.
So you have your scouts charted the town. I understand what I did wrong. Alright, I'll know for next time now. Let's head over to the Bachelor. I am going to have to rest, but I'm hoping I'm going to run into a child to get some drugs off of them. I should have plenty of resources for that purpose. Hunger, you say? I don't have all those eggs on me anymore, but... Haven't seen any children. Yo, love to see it. Kids get harder and harder to find as the game progresses because they don't show up in the like burned out or plagued areas. Oh, nice. Hello. Still haven't made it to talking to the worms. I'll try to do that today also. I have a bunch of fresh food. I can trade them for Twire. Maybe the kids don't come out until later? I only see useless adults everywhere. I think Garbage Park is under plague today, so I probably want to avoid getting too close to it. Aristocrats are the most useless adult NPCs. I think they only spawn in this district. Andrew and I just rewatched the Aristocrats documentary, the one about the dirty improv Shaggy Dog joke that all the comedians tell each other. It was like out of print for a really long time. You couldn't get it on any streaming services, but it's on YouTube now. Watch a documentary about a joke that Bob Saget is famous for telling, and then he dies the next day. All right. Bachelor, what do you want from me?
You don't even have a proper hospital in the town.
There's still hope. Do you have a plan? Master Reuben, who doesn't trust me and is concealing something, has an unusual source of infected tissue. He's using it to conduct his first experiments. It's not a vaccine, but it's something. Reuben wants to murder me, dude. Reuben's working with a mysterious carrier of the disease that's weakened microbial culture in their blood. Who's the carrier? Reuben hates me. Okay, I'm glad there's a reminder for that in the... There's not just something the player had to keep track of. I'm getting letters from him daily that's like, I'm going to murder you. You're his hero now. Is that so? Maybe in your best interest, though, wouldn't it? I happen to know where he is from the Bachelor playthrough. Bachelor kind of sucks. I was introduced to him by a lovely lady called Lara Ravel. It would be hard to be accepted as her guest without a stellar reputation. Okay. Oh, that's the main quest. Okay. She won't talk to a ripper like me. I kind of wish that I think the most fun I've had in all of Pathologic was on day one of the Haruspex playthrough, after just coming off of the high of understanding this game better from beating Bachelor. And then there was this cool new mechanic around, like, having no reputation at the beginning and having to do everything you could to, like, stay away from town so that randos wouldn't aggro you. But then we solved it on day one, and it hasn't been a problem since then. I think it would be kind of cool if there was some kind of, like, constant drain on your rep. Like, it seems like that's the flavor concept, is that since you need to get people's organs to do your questing and stuff, I think there's this notion that you're probably killing townsfolk to harvest their organs. But there's no reason to do that because you can fight the bandits and they drop a bunch of money and they actually give you a reputation boost. So I don't know how they would do it. They'd probably have to completely restructure the game around that concept. Really hoping to find some kids with drugs. They're just not out and about yet. What time is it? Yeah, come on, kids. It's 8:30 in the morning. I need my fix. Lara's across the river. Okay. Wait, is she? No, she's not. That's, Sabarov house. Every NPC death was attributed to me killing them. That might be interesting, yeah. So, like, you'll get a rep boost if you stop the bandit from killing the... Shit. The rando. But if the bandit gets to kill the rando, then it hurts you. I wonder if those I've never brought one of those crackers to the worms. I wonder if they sell decently, because they're dirt cheap and they heal like no exhaust or no hunger. I can't keep dicking around. I really need some drugs here. Drugs! Every time a silhouette starts to resolve and it's too tall to be a drug dealer, I get sad. That's interesting that you're not allowed in here unless if you have a really high reputation. I didn't pick up on that at all as a bachelor.
It's nice to see you.
Oh, right. Bloodstains everywhere.
A stranger brought
Looking
me.
for Reuben. What for? He threatened to punish you. He believes it was you who killed Isidore. He's wrong, isn't he? Of course he is. Making a panacea. I don't know if he's had any luck. Oh, nicer. Swear on my father's memory. Right at the abandoned warehouses by the works, townspeople discovered Barley's lair. Barley's abandoned his men were the first to go about cutting. That's not the right building. I kind of want to go check out... Oh, it actually marks his normal building on the map. Okay. Go check out the one that I know from... I do have space for stuff. I'm going to check out the one that I know from the Bachelor playthrough first. And I'll save before going in, because this dude has repeatedly said that he wants to kill me. He's actually a pretty helpful NPC in the Bachelor playthrough. Hey, hazelnuts. Hype. Is, like, Kiryu actually in Super Monkey Ball? It's like a crossover thing. It's not just, like, the name of the save file. Hey! That is the wrong kid, but the children are out now, so maybe they don't come out until, like, 9 o'clock. You sleep in. Yo, you got any Schmowders? No, but she does have the thing I need to be able to sleep. I'm trying to get rid of these hooks. This is day 4. Done a full playthrough of Bachelor Blind. I'm now on to Haruspex Blind. Let's go Schmowder. Come on, big money. Nope. Don't need any of that shit. Ooh, another hazelnut drop. Very lucky today. Alright, so I think I'm gonna go rest and use this morphine. There's the blonde kid, though. Let's go talk to him, because I have tons of blades and stuff. Please give me drugs, small child. True meaning of pathologic. Okay, so he likes crowbars. I do want to get rid of these hooks. They take up a lot of space. Shells. I don't actually have a revolver. Uh-oh. Yo. Hey, love to see it. All right. We get the alpha tablets to sell them, but they don't sell for shit. They sell for like 27 or something. Okay. I have purchased drugs from children. And I guess I'm going to stop at the Reuben place from the Bachelor playthrough. Save before I go in. Must he actually be there to murder me? Down this way, right? He's not here. Oh, what's this? Dead tissue. That's the thing that you do on the Bachelor playthrough, right? On, I think it's this day. Alright, I need to go rest. See, I don't know if it's possible to be trying to find Twire while I'm en route here. I also want to bank some stuff, so I'm just gonna head to the factory. Nice. See any other lootable plants? Oh man, this fence is the worst. This is what I get for popping out to try to find some Twire. Okie doke. Deposit stuff. Oh wait, that's not right. Don't need to be carrying these around with me anymore. Save some space. I do want to see how much the crackers trade for to the worms. Take some drugs, take a nap. Another letter. The pistol was utter garbage, yet Buddy got a hold of the blunderbuss. Stash the piece in our secret place. Sticky doesn't think our attack will succeed. Death to the dog said. Salute to Notkin. Maestro and Rex. Okay. Something about Sticky, it sounds like. Oh, I should have traded these 0% knives. That's fine. Making sure I have plenty of space to loot stuff. Okay. Alright. Worried about this Reuben thing. Is this the day that I had to fight 5, I think it was like 7 bandits on the Bachelor. I think this is the same warehouse as that. Yup, because I jumped up on this table here. So I think I did. Maybe there was a way to get up there earlier. This is fine. Let me make a save.
The grip of the manhunt is tightened.
Owe you an apology. Given and forgotten. You love my father. Being hunted just as I am. You're being hunted? Forced into hiding. The barbers have wounded a person I owe a debt. An outlaw on the run. Deserve it more than you. What have you done? Heard Simon has been killed. Been attacked, remember, at the station. They were there on their own accord. Tried to ambush Simon's murderer. Thought he would try to escape by hiding in a carriage. Thought the Bachelor had established the truth. Being hunted by fanatics for desecrating Simon's remains. Unlike you, I deserve it. Decided to make sand plague medicine from Simon's remains. They fetishized Simon. So what are you planning to do to him? The deed's been done, the sacrilege is complete. Cut his body open by every line and squeeze everything I could from it. Yeah, they talked about this in the Bachelor playthrough, that he, like, just got obliterated, basically. For antibodies to the blood. His blood is of a completely different nature to anything I've seen before. It's not quite human. Huh. Spooky. Wish you luck. Okay, that wasn't as terrible as I thought it was going to be. Whoa! What the fuck?
The day is over. Efforts allowed your supporters
okay.
to remain unharmed. A new mime performance is being rehearsed at the theater.
So Jesus Christ. What it's the next day? Oh my god. This is what happens in the Bachelor playthrough, that the Bachelor has to show up to save you. I didn't do all my oh my god, did they take all my stuff? Can I not avoid that? Oh my god. And my reputation gets drained all the way? Holy shit. Okay, don't talk to Ruben until we do the other stuff. Got it. Holy shit. Don't talk to Ruben. Wait, am I going to get attacked just for walking in here? I am. Shit, do I have a save outside? I hope I do. I think I did. That's so mean. Yeah, it's a good thing. I think Haruspex makes more sense to play after Bachelor, just because you're already expecting bullshit, because this happens a couple times where you just like lose the whole day. But imagine that you were playing this blind, not having touched the Bachelor playthrough before, and you kind of feel like you've got the game figured out. You're not saving super often, and then you just lose an entire day and all the associated side quests. And apparently all your items. Like, maybe there's a box you can go to get it back or something, but... Jeez. I wonder if I can avoid getting infected. I might not be able to if I'm just stuck in that room. I'm already starting to think, like, cheese, you know? Like, it looks like I get auto-captured when they punch me, which also happened in a quest as the Bachelor. There was one where it was an earlier day. There's a quest where you had to go get infected blood from the cemetery, and one of the guards punches you and it hurts your reputation immediately. I remember being frustrated by that. I kept trying to reload it, not understanding that you needed to have it happen. It's kind of a bummer. I was really close to Sticky earlier. Didn't think to check his house. There was even, I think, Notkin mentioned him too, so I had a breadcrumb to go talk to him. Rat. Don't get stuck on the landing. Fuck, that's not the real door. We start selling these, right? I don't like rats. Another rat there. This is where I was fighting the looters before. Trash can inventory did update. I had a quest to go talk to Sticky on the Bachelor playthrough, and it was really annoying. I don't think his house was marked. I think you have more stuff marked on the map as the Haruspex, but maybe that's not true. Oh, guy's out early. Shit. Run away! Shit! I think I just dodged the knife there. Okay. This guy's gonna steal my kill again. I can feel it. I got a quick save in there before, or maybe while he aggroed me. Let me try to just keep him away from the guard so he doesn't steal my kill. Nope, not getting away. All right, no kill steal. Sticky, Booby. You're a weird kid.
Every Joker's one step away from being a goner.
What barbers? Living under a rock or what? The angry guys that split off from Grief's gang and cut people on the streets. The barbers? They're not friends of mine. Stinky turncoats. Planning on arming up. Got weapons stored at a certain place. Gonna ruin their party. Snatch their weapons away. Where is this place? Go to the cemetery. You'll find a buddy there named Stump. Tell him we're in cahoots. Rubberneck is the word. Okay. Alright, so this game is so inconsistent with whether it marks things on the map for you or not. I hope that's addressed in Pathologic too. I do know where the cemetery is, but... And I still haven't traded anything with the worms, so... It looks like it gave me credit for completing the main quest when I got knocked out by the guards, so I'm trying to think if there's a way for me to cheese that. I guess I could try bringing that blood I got back to the Bachelor, but I don't... It's not the quest. The quest is to talk to Ruben. So I assume that's not going to do anything. I think I have a rat chasing me right now. Yeah, 2 rats from all the way across the map. I guess while I'm all the way in this corner, I'm going to go talk to the worm and trade him some food and organs. Maybe I'm not as close to him as I think, because yeah, the fences around here are really awkwardly placed. What time is it? 16. Alright, so we're gonna go talk to the worm, and then we're gonna go to the cemetery and try to do this side quest. And then I guess I'm gonna go to the Bachelor to try to give him that sample to see if it changes anything. But I'm worried that I have to get captured, lose all my rep, and wake up in a prison cell. Because I guess that's what happens in the Bachelor playthrough, so I suppose it would make sense if I had to deal with it. I'm wondering if I can, like, wait until the last possible second and, like, turn in the quest close to midnight. Ooh, nice. I'm guessing I'll just walk outside and the guards will still punch me. But the game's scripting seems to be built around, like, midnight closing you out of everything, so maybe they have an exception to that. I might try it for fun. I mean, I guess if I'm going to get captured and lose time anyway, I may as well use as much of today as close to midnight as I can, so. Here you go, dude. Save as much. Just going to use all of my regular organs. You run out fast. Damn. Crackers are worth 4, so I have a feeling that, like, the price of these, there's like an amount of healing per ruble, and I don't know if that scale is exactly the same for selling things to these dudes, right? Like, I don't know what the most cash efficient thing is to trade with them. This costs 12, right? No, it's 10. Shit. There we go. It's a lot of twire. Alright, side quest in the cemetery. Are you Stumpy or whatever? Are you Stump? Busybody is the word. Follow me. Okay. It says something about fighting, so try to be ready. So we do have muggers. You not attack the kid. Oh god. Yo, I'm losing Stumpy, so... Oh, do I not have space anymore? Ah, shit. Needed to deposit stuff. Should have thought about that before doing the trading. Crap. Here's the kid. See if there's somewhere where I can deposit stuff so I can get the rest of their organs. Hold on. I hope the kid doesn't despawn, because I did have that quest where the hunchback despawned. I guess I try to progress it for now. I'm just worried I have to go inside a building, right? Oh shit. Didn't see that dude there, although that should free up a slot there, filling up the water. Nice. Oh yeah, now I should be good. Because I already had blood stacked in case I needed it for later. Wonderful. Perfect. Oh boy, here we are. It's locked. Got a lockpick? I do, actually. Actually, it worked. Oh god. So the lantern might be nice. And it is definitely a plague house. A little nervous about this. Shit. No idea where I'm supposed to be looking here. Trying to jump. God damn it. Try that again. So whatever I'm looking for, it's got to be upstairs. Is that it? Maybe that was it. Oh man, I'm stuck again. Why does that keep happening? Did get a quest thing. The stash was discovered. The children wouldn't dare challenge the outlaws anymore. A few more lives will be saved. And the kid's gone. Alright, well, I got another shotgun, so... that's cool. Now I have ammo. I've got 16 ammo. Yeah, I should start using that then. Next time I have to deal with... if it makes me do something like fight looters and I can't quickly get on a table, I will try to use that next time. I need to go deposit stuff, though. I think that means I'm done with side quests for today, so... I have to decide how I want to handle this Ruben waking up in his cell with infectious clouds everywhere thing. I'm going to try to just use up as much of the day as possible and go turn it in at the last possible second. I think that's correct anyway. The Bound Fallen Ill. There are citizens called Bound, to be extremely involved in town happenings. Executor Committee has decided if a bound person falls ill, the door to their home should be guarded by an executor. Oh, you know, I bet I got this letter when I was playing as the Bachelor and just... it didn't mean anything to me at the time, so I was really confused and it was happening later. I thought I'd made a mistake. Higher efficiency antibiotic medicine. Okay. So the game does explain that. It explained it at a time that I was just like, what? This game, like, absolutely fire hoses you with information, and a lot of it is just, like, nonsense. So I think it's a particularly difficult game to try to tutorialize because the player is almost, like, trained to believe that a lot of the stuff they're being told is just flavor, meaningless. Bunch of these, which is quite exciting. So plenty of weapon slots, so I don't need to deposit those. How am I doing on hunger and exhaustion? Eat some of those eggs. And then the Haruspex ate 7 raw eggs. It's fine. Now, what I didn't see when I got thrown in prison is what that did to my, like, health and exhaustion. I think it basically had no effect when it happened to the Bachelor. Oh man, so you can technically go in that room and just not talk to Ruben and then step outside thinking you forgot something and then get ambushed? I wonder if you fail the quest in that case. That would be extremely mean, but not out of keeping with what this game has been like so far. Gonna head back over to the Bachelor. I just want to try to pass by where kids can spawn to try to trade some stuff. Still haven't tried to pick up body parts from an infected person. Curious if they still stack. Oh, they do look different. Okay. Infected liver. They do not stack. So if I want to be running around with all different kinds of organs, I have to use up 8 slots on that. Jesus. And I have a rat on me right now. Fuck. This is bad. Whew. Makes me so sad when Garbage Park is infected. Well, there's all these people that are infected, like, doing their best to quarantine, and if the guard sees them, he just goes and, like, punches them to death. Makes sense. I feel like you could do a better job enforcing mask mandates, this whole COVID thing, if people were empowered to go punch you to death if you violated it. Yo. No, I want to save my needles. They're harder to come by. Not so much.
You don't even have a proper
Oh,
hospital.
it does let me turn it in. I don't think it turns in my quest, though, does it? It's no antibodies. It's no use to you. Speak. Okay, so that did not spare me the quest. Gotcha. I still have to go get captured. Save me an inventory slot, though. He ends up getting that sample anyway. Yeah, like it's alarming how much of society is dependent on, like, just, like, norms. Asking politely and people, like, just behaving. I keep forgetting I only have needles. Okay. It's too bad. I could go pick some more of that stuff up. I might try to find some more shops. Guess I could go talk to the other worm. Let me do that before I forget about it. Just trying to waste time and talk to Ruben as late as possible. Let's go, Schmowder! Come on, big money. Please, 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 please. Nope. Never lucky. I will probably not see one this playthrough. Or I'll be, like, forced to deposit my needles or something. Thank you. Oh, wait, I don't think that took. Yeah, I read the whole people complaining about seatbelts. Oh shit. Take it. Give me some herbs, please, or you'll not take infected organs, which makes sense. There must be a reason to loot them then. I don't know what it is yet. Watch me spend all of these resources on the black and brown twire, and it's going to require one of the other ones. I guess the bloody one is the cheapest, so just trying to make the most out of my short time with these dudes. I maximize this. I don't think so, because I already have an odd amount that's being traded, right? That's part of the problem. Sure, just doing one of each to try to spread the love a bit. I guess also, like, the Black Plague wasn't a particularly informed time. I understand how infections worked as well as we do now, so I guess people get a bit more of a pass for behaving in ignorant ways. Times 19, okay. I think I'm gonna go try to rest. See if I can run into any more NPCs to try to do some trading, but I'm gonna go try to rest until right before the deadline. Talk to Ruben. Just to get use as much of today as I possibly can before I lose a ton of time, you know? That's one of the NPCs I was hoping to see, and he has a bandage. Wonderful. Really, 6-gun? Was it for, like, unrelated reasons, or...? I really shouldn't say this out loud because I'm going to curse myself, but I've been doing really good at dodging plague clouds. I don't think I've run into one yet as the Haruspex. Outside of the ones in houses where I, like, couldn't escape. Just, like, walking around town, I haven't been unlucky and bumped into one. I think I'm actually going to trade for this. So this is one of the things I can do to talk to a bound if they get sick. Still have enough needles for a Schmowder. hard to determine why Poland did so well. Some of it was extensive quarantine policies. King mandated campaign to kill small animals like rats. Interesting. Definitely open to the idea that people have always been stupid, and that the brand of stupidity we're seeing today is not novel. I think the novelty just comes from the ability to, like, ignore norms. To the ease with which you can find a large number of people who will, like, side with you in doing that, you know? Alright, I'm gonna try to trade more stuff before I go to sleep. Probably just those. I think I already traded all of the pocket watches. I have tons of room for tradables now, so I may as well bring some more of it out there with me. What are these extra knives? Mostly just had to get rid of the infected tissue is the problem. And I'll leave 4 slots in case I have to pick somebody's organs out of them. Bright Ages. Interesting. Yeah, thanks for the link. It might actually be nighttime now. I don't know if I'm gonna get a chance to run into any more kids to trade. Bad timing. So in that case, when did I save in my house? Yeah, I did. Saved after depositing everything? I did. Okay. Well, I'm going to deposit literally everything, just in case I can't avoid getting knocked out, and that way I'll know where my stuff is. In case it's not in the house. Guess I'll take some more of the morphine. Hey, thanks, sir. See ya. Thanks for popping in. Sorry, it sounds like I got some stuff wrong in Final Fantasy XIV. I apologize. I'll apologize to Viper for the 5 years of lessons thing. I think I can just rest in here, right? It's right near where I am. So I don't get the full benefit of it. Yeah, because it's only like 3 hours. All right, let's not do that then. I think I just have to do that a second time here. Hey, thank you, Worm. Appreciate that. No, that information is cool. Thanks, sir, for sharing it. Thanks. Appreciate that. It's a rotation on the subblock tab in the voting spreadsheet if you click on an ERM, so whenever you see that Yukapo's turn's coming up next. Right now the rotation is you have to wait about 4 months in between draws, 3 to 4 months, but you and Yukapo have been able to get Dreamfall streams much more quickly than normal because you've teamed up on it, and Yukapo has triggered a couple anniversaries in the period. Yeah, you can kind of estimate when you're going to grow if you assume that about 3 or 4 people are going to get drawn per week. Backing out because I do need to rest a little bit, so I get my timing right here. Well, it's about 4 months for an hour of subblock time. And if we're doing a 4-hour episode, that's more like that times 4. Last one was November, so that's like 2 months. November 13th. Trying to talk to Ruben fast here. We're doing fine on time, I think. I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to give it a shot. Simon's been killed. I wish you luck. Okay, what time is it now? So I need to wait in here for like an hour. I could have rested another hour in my place. Assume I can't rest here. I did deposit everything, right? I don't think this is going to work, but I want to see because I think it would be funny. I hope it doesn't like break the game. If it's like scripted to require me to wake up there. Maybe this chest is here because they're expecting you to save and deposit your stuff, or maybe this is where your stuff ends up. I don't know. Hey, Aki, saving up for Wild Arms. The system works. Looks like there's... While I'm waiting here, I may as well take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 until Yukapo's turn, so 3 more weeks and a little bit of change, maybe. Yukapo has enough hours banked to cover it solo. Sounds good. I will set that up. I think the plan was we were going to do a Wild Arm stream whenever you bank up to 4 hours. Talk amongst yourselves. We got to stand here for a little bit. This would be a great point if you were watching the VOD in the future to skip forward a little bit. I have no comments. I don't even know if this is going to work. Does time advance on this screen? I don't think it does. Yeah, right. 1 hour later. It feels like time moves so fast when you're running around trying to get shit done, but if you're like standing staring at a door, suddenly you feel... I guess I should make a save just in case. If it pops up and says that I did everything fine, like, your adherents live to see another day, right?
The day is
Yeah,
over.
yeah.
Your timely efforts allowed your supporters to
Okay,
remain
moment of truth. Am I gonna get ambushed, thrown in prison, infected? No way. Okay, is the game broken now, though, is the problem. Okay, I gotta look this up now, because I want to make sure I didn't just, like, soft lock it. The results of the analysis of the Mystic Blood. Oh, this is a reward for having turned in that thing, I guess. Optimistic now. Okay, I need to Google this really quick because I'm worried that I may have just broken the game. What was it? What was the name of the quest? Shit. Day 5 main quest. Pathologic, Day 5 main quest. Waiting in warehouse. Oh, there's lots of results for Pathologic 2. Shit. Let me just read the notes from the wiki for this game. Ruben found in the warehouse indicated by Lara. After speaking with Ruben, attempting to leave the warehouse before the day's end will result in Haruspex being beaten and captured by guards. If the Haruspex remains in the warehouse with Ruben until the date changes, he may exit the warehouse without being attacked. That's got to be an oversight. I guess I'm going to roll with it, but... that's funny. Isidore Barak's diaries. I guess it explains why I got a note immediately at midnight when I usually only get them until 7 in the morning, because it would normally be 2 o'clock and I'd have to go rush and do it right away. Okay. Dead gruel. Enrich the blood with the antibodies required to fight the disease. Not even close to a panacea. Amber, jade, and basalt. Oh, this is important information. Brown, black, Swevery. Swevery brown. Interesting. May allow us to produce the vaccine gruel. Can we not call it that? So I wonder if I can actually use that as a recipe for the panacea or not. It certainly reads like I can. I gotta go back and get my items. Does this area count as infected today? It might. Oh, it totally does. Okay, gotta be careful. Perfect. My shit back. I don't actually need the revolver ammo. Just deposit that. I think it said something about being able to use the rifle ammo with the shotgun, which makes no sense, but I'm just gonna accept that the game isn't lying to me, I guess. I want to try to trade those extra knives later today if I can. Although I shouldn't worry about this too much because... Alright, 46 black twire. Watch, I've just been buying the wrong ones the entire game. Okay. Have an established inventory back again. I'm doing on stats fine. Okay. Today's quest. You have a bachelor letter though, right? Oh, weird. It looks like I got a letter on day 5, but now I can't access it anymore. Oh no. Okay, I mean the wiki says that I'm fine, but I feel like I'm not, so I'm a little nervous. I'll keep going right now. I guess I can always sleep until the main time of day. Nope. Can I cross the bridge here without having to worry about? It'd be mean to put an infection cloud right there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I've done better at dodging those because I have a better guess of where they're going to put them. If it would be extremely mean, it's probably there, basically. That's a mean place to put one. I can't do too much about the moving plague clouds. If they spawn somewhere where I don't really have room to escape them, I'm just kind of hosed. I was insanely lucky. That was not insanely lucky. That one was a moving cloud that happened to pass through the building as I was dodging the one in front of me. But the one in front of me was also in that very mean position that was like blocking the exit. Really? Okay, thought I sidestepped it. I knew that one was going to be there too. Maybe that was the one that was flying through the building earlier. Okay, there's one in the center of this area. If they put another one at this other exit, I'm going to be sad. Yeah, thought so. I might not be able to get out of here from here. I might have to back up. Try exiting around the south and see if I can leave. Shouldn't have tried to cut through the warehouse in the first place. I know that place is a nightmare. What's up, dude? Got some water? Nope. Well, I've got water. He has nothing to trade me for it. Got a bandit here. Do you think it's already aggroed me? Not quite. Shit. Sorry, I need to be better prepared for that this time. Shit. Okay. Well, there's a bunch of... God damn it. Okay. Don't let the guards show up because now I can't get past them. Let's try this again. Keep the guards away. Shit. Just lose. Okay. If I lost any reputation from attacking one of them, looks like I got it back. Oof. Usually shouldn't need that many reloads for those guys. It also have been just the normal atmospheric child crying noise as opposed to the you just lost karma child crying noise. Now we're getting into the territory of everything being infected all the time. Fun.
What?
A lot on my plate. Come back in the morning around 7 o'clock. Oh, there is custom dialogue for it, so they must have accounted for the fact that you could not get captured. That's insane, though. Like, it's hard to believe that that was intended. Because it's such a janky interpretation of the mechanics that, like, the guards aren't going to come ambush you if it's, like, 2 minutes later, right? Alright, well, I think I'm going to go try to rest then. I do have some morphine on me. Let me get the Yeah, That's My Poison song now. Haven't heard that in a minute. Also try to take more advantage of the evening to sort of hunt down food shops. But too much of the map is infected at the moment. Go listen to the mime show. Turning up the volume because these are always quiet.
One of them is trying to fight.
Who?
This one. The other two will try to thwart their efforts, though.
Interesting. Will they fall into the trap?
I wonder. Look what they've turned the theater into.
I hope they know what they're doing. Unavoidably, blood will be shed tomorrow.
So that's interesting. I wonder if you can even see this play if you get captured, right? You can see one when you're playing as the Bachelor, but I think that the plays are different on the two campaigns. I don't remember the older ones well enough to say for sure, to be honest. I think the characters you can hear talking are different.
They are, shall we?
So I think there was the day that the Bachelor got captured, and I woke up at like 2 p.m. I wasn't able to do the mime show that day at all. But that makes me wonder now if there was a way for me to dodge that as well. It's super interesting that the game seems to be able to like prepare for it. Again, that doesn't seem like that's intended, but there's material for it, so it must be kind of, I guess. I feel like that probably isn't even that uncommon of a thing to happen, because I bet if someone's playing Haruspex after having played Bachelor like I am, and they get captured, if they go and do the main quest first before touching the side quest and they get captured and they lose the whole day, they're like, shit, let me reload so I can do side quests on that day. And then they're like, well, I should try to use as much of this day as possible since I'm going to get fast forwarded. Like, it seems possible that someone might accidentally finish talking to Ruben and then have the day switch over before they go outside and be like, wait, what? You need more food. I've been burning it all up real fast. Yeah, okay. You want to hold on to a couple bandages just in case. Probably could sell the revolver ammo since I'm not planning on using it. Unless if the game starts throwing revolvers at me, I guess. Where are all the bandits at? I have no breadcrumbs. Kind of just staying out so I can get more resources from bandits, but I haven't seen any yet. I guess I know Bachelor wants to talk to me at 7. Just kind of trying to look for shops and fish for muggers. I don't think they really spawn in the infected districts as much, so I gotta be careful. So I think if I start going towards the Canes, the western side of town, that's mostly infected today. Nothing. Already a rat that's already aggroed on me from the next district over. God. Maybe it didn't aggro me. They tend to run right along the street, so it looks like they're coming right at you. See if I can get any needles here, I guess. Try to go into the eastern half of town and just hope there's no plague there. Let's try to bait out more dudes. I'm actually not sure if the bandits are most likely to spawn in certain neighborhoods. It would make sense if they were. That would be consistent with other patterns in the game, like how certain NPCs only spawn in certain areas, but I feel like I've seen them everywhere. Hazelnut. So I try to see how many side quests are today. Maybe I can hunt one down. Well, I was saying it's probably not very many, but that's not true, because the one where the Bachelor gets caught, I think there were 3 on that day. The big Uber side quest. We got 3 Panacea. The dream. I wouldn't have the slightest idea where to look. I haven't had anything with Big Vlad in a while. I could try talking to him, I guess. You get different battle music here. Maybe that's why I have trouble finding them sometimes, because it's based on the neighborhood that you're in. Fuck. That instant stab attack that they can do sometimes, it always gets me. I got a new knife. Walnuts. Really need to find... I need to trade all my bladed things tomorrow if I can, or when the kids show up. It's 3 a.m. Big Apple, 3 a.m. That seems bad, and maybe I shouldn't mess with this, but give it a try. Just aggro the one guy at a time, maybe my life will be easier. That was the sudden stab attack that usually gets me. He's gonna get the killing blow, isn't he? Motherfucker. Couldn't aggro the other guy. Get some free organs, I guess. And I'll get this guy's organs too, which is nice. That's more like it. Didn't get to finish looting that guy either. Nice. Don't want to be in a plague area. I don't want to have to suddenly deal with rats. I think Anna Angel is one of the changelings bound. Her whole thing is her bound are all like the criminals and people that everyone hates. Which weirdly includes Lara Ravel, but you know, whatever. I think she's included because she's one of the people who gets blamed for the plague. Right, I think I'm gonna head down to Vlad's house. These herb brides, I never saw them walking around. On the Bachelor playthrough, at least I don't think I did. I think I only ever saw them in the bar. I didn't even know to call them herb brides. Outcast criminals, and those who have no one else to turn to. Okay. So I think Lara is supposed to be like super rich. So maybe they're making some commentary with that. Oh. God damn it. That instant Dark Souls 2 spin and stab, man. I think I just need to let him loot. There's been a couple times where I've been able to dodge it, but... let him do his loot. He's looking around. No one can see me. Other than this guy who was repeatedly stabbing me in the back a second ago. That only got me anyway. Yeah, I think that I like the idea of if you encounter a bandit and the bandit kills somebody and you don't stop them, that would hurt your reputation. It would really suck, but I think it would be thematically appropriate with everybody blaming the Haruspex for everything. Let me head back over to Big Vlad's real quick. I still have some morphine, right? Or that's because it's not technically morphine, right? Meridorm. I think morphine is a stronger version of the same thing. Like, in universe. Maybe also in real life. Guess I'll talk to Vlad just in case he's a side quest guy.
Someone.
Nope. Just popping in to make sure you're alive and well means nothing. Well, it's not going to be worse than it would have been later in the day, so... That'll put us right within the children's spawning, because I think they start spawning after 9 a.m. Grab Her Highness, the elusive sandplay. That's just a funny way to put that. Expensive meal there. Bachelor's invitation. Seems a nutrient medium that may produce the antibodies we need is a real deal. There is one way we can attain it. It's a rather gruesome operation. Come see me and we'll discuss things in detail. Put off anything else. Alright, Bachelor. It's like, was I like this when I was playing as him? I think I was. Oops. Hey kid, you want some edged weapons? Yeah. Seems like a good deal, kid. Have a nice day. It seems like I'm being irresponsible by giving edged weapons to children, but they're like giving me bullets in exchange. So like, am I actually doing a service? You don't know for sure. Well, no, we actually do know for sure that all the children are heavily armed. There are multiple quests. Not just one, but many quests that involve giving guns to children or finding out that children already have guns. Or that children are attempting to procure guns. So you pretend like I'm doing a safety by giving them razors in exchange for their ammo. Alright, let's go talk to this Bachelor. Should be a plague cloud right at the top of the stairs somewhere. Yep. Alright. I know your shenanigans now, Pathologic. I'm not immune to them, though. Howdy.
In order to survive, people need to remain calm.
What on earth was so eager to get to me? Oh, you have escaped custody. Yeah, so I don't think... They've apparently had some backup plans for if you dodge that, but... Nice, Saki. Thank you. I've been looking for you. Why? We need a sample of infected tissue with a high concentration of the bacteria. A heart would work best. A living one. No more than half an hour can pass after you extract it, and the donor has to have an early, non-critical stage of the disease. Okay, I remember when we did this, the Bachelor's version of this quest. This is where I was like trying to arrange for the Haruspex to kill someone to get their heart. I need the disease itself. You need the useful antibodies produced by a living being. I don't think I can literally get back to him in 30 minutes. Native steppe people are unlikely to die from the disease. Dancers, butchers, those bull people of yours. What's the word? Must be a pattern. Locked up in the termitary. Everyone who escaped the termitary has fled. Aspity. Dancers in the pub. Would you just randomly murder a dancer? What the fuck? Okay. Aspity. So they're specifically talking about the what I've been calling the herb brides, which I guess they're also calling dancers. So can I just go do the one from the quest a while ago where I told her to go back to her dad and go kill her in front of her worm father? I think I've been playing this game long enough that I'm just accepting the things that it says. I'm no longer in any way incredulous. It's like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. If I'd open an herb bride? Sure. Which one, though? I have so many options. Garbage Park is still... I think it's burned out today. That is atmospheric child crying and not I fucked up and got bad karma child crying. I think that's the sound of the powers that be. It's one of those things that's like so fucking weird in your first playthrough that like whenever you stab a bandit, like you hear a child laughing and clapping, and it's like that's the most bizarre you got good karma thing ever. But then you beat the game and it's like, oh, I guess that makes sense. Okay. This is the only campaign they adapted into Pathologic 2. I think that makes sense now, having played a good chunk of this one. Should try to buy some stuff from Worms today. Hey, I've been looking for this blonde kid. I hope he has weak morphine. Come on, big money. Oh, no, that's also fine. Oh, he charges quite a lot more for it. That's the thing I need to temporarily talk to one of the changeling or bachelors bound if they get sick. Which I needed a decent number of those in the bachelor playthrough. Although I guess we'll see, because so far the Haruspex has basically almost never interacted with anyone that was core to the Bachelor campaign. I feel like the Bachelor talked to everybody at some point, but I haven't talked to the Canes at all. I had one quest to talk to Lara Ravel super briefly. Atmospheric sobbing. A weather pattern. Have the inventory space to loot an infected set of body parts. Fuck. I got a rat nibbling at my feet. I think I'm about to walk into a dead end. So this is bad. Try to do a U-turn. I think that worked. The only NPCs that do anything about the rats are the guys with flamethrowers, and they tend to hit you with the flamethrowers. Aspity's being a creep as usual. What's up?
There's a hole under my heart.
Ken is ready to follow your lines. Is that so? I never waste breath saying things I don't mean. Looking for your sacrifice, aren't you? Can I help you? Do you think your father had such a worthless creature in mind? You're looking in the wrong place. A butcher is a man. Why concern yourself with men? Making a panacea. I need the tissue of one of Otto's children. You've fallen under the Bachelor's influence. The prickly prick that'll bury us all. You are going to help me. I think I screwed that up by giving away that I'm working for the Bachelor. Let's try that again.
Pins are sticking out.
The butcher. Want to know where to find a butcher. No more runaways in the town. The last ones were let out secretly this morning. They're planning to perform a rite and make a sacrifice of their own. They went to the gatherers, those moronic animals. Which gatherer did they go to? Business with the herb bride. Oh. Oh. Okay. The prickly prick that'll bury us all, huh? Okay, so I'm gonna try to make it back. Guessing I can just harvest that herb bride. Confirming I don't have any other letters. Yeah. I'm only supposed to get one side quest today. I guess I'll wait to panic until later in the day. Definitely need to be trading more things. I'm just not seeing enough of the blonde kids. Bad luck in that respect. I hope they weren't serious about the you have to get back here within 30 minutes line, because I think the way time works in this game, it's literally impossible for me to make that. I will save beforehand. I mean, like, 30 minutes of real time, yes, but game time... I think it takes me an hour just to walk from the swamp to there. So I have some bracelets I can try to trade with her. Maybe? Shotgun shells. Thanks, kid. I think I actually have a decent amount of shotgun shells now. I have 19. I gotta save them for the final boss. I'm sure there's going to be a final boss. I'll go to all the trouble of adding one just for the Haruspex. I don't think I have any reason to save ammo. I'll if I get another quest that has me kill something other than a bandit, I'll probably use it. I can still generally handle myself against bandits. Sometimes take a little bit of damage, but it's not that bad. Hey kid, you want some sharp things? Oh yeah. Guess I can buy the revolver ammo to sell. I think I have inventory space for it, yeah. Looking for the blonde kid. There's one. Yo, blonde kid. Come on, morphine. Hey. Living the dream. I gotta be careful what I trade, though. Maybe I can get rid of another one of these knives. Oh, that's a waste, though. Never mind. Thanks, kid. Okay, Schmowder. Let's get big money. Get at least one this playthrough. Nope. Never lucky. Another blonde kid, though. Oh, it's terrible. More ammo. I don't know how much revolver ammo sells for. I guess I'll pop into this food shop and try to sell it and see what happens. Another blonde kid. Okay. Take it. Actually, let's see here. This one might actually make sense to trade the knife just to get my inventory slot back. That went pretty well. Revolver ammo sells for $324. That's like per razor, which is actually not too bad. Oh, this sells for more than it used to. Interesting. Guess I didn't think about trying to save things for specific days to sell them for more. This used to sell for like nothing at the beginning of the game. Maybe it's in direct response to the epidemic that the worse it gets, the more the alpha tablets sell for. That would make sense. Careful over here. I actually need to exit through the other direction. We don't want to be on this side. That little wind howling noise on this side of town always freaks me out because it sounds very similar to a plague cloud whipping past your head. Do a good job with that. Maybe the gold ring. Get both of these, and actually this is probably more valuable, honestly. I didn't hoard any of those in the Bachelor playthrough because it seemed like all medicine was useless, and it was around like day 8 or something that I was starting to get the Haruspex and the Changelings bound or getting sick. And I was like, oh my god, I keep having quests that take place here. This is bad. I have a Schmowder on my left there. Probably shouldn't hold my breath. Got rid of all my blades, razors, so that's cool. Oh, new letter. Rat race. There's money to be made by anyone who comes into possession of a rat, especially that of significant dexterity. Come to the Works Warehouse 2. Confidentiality guaranteed. What? How do you come into possession of a rat? I don't want to go anywhere near rats. Schmowder! Schmowder! It finally happened when I wasn't expecting it. Okay, that's extremely exciting. Because I don't really trade the nuts with anybody else, so... Created by the children to play Plague. That makes more sense now. Yay! I got a Schmowder once. That's very exciting that it finally happened. Really? There's a burglar out at this time of day? Multiple burglars. Huh. Oh, wow, he's really invested in killing that one lady. If you don't mind me, I'm just gonna take this guy's organs real quick. Thanks, guys. I know, it's not weird at all. I think for flavor reasons, I kind of wish that the Bachelor was going around chopping people up because he just doesn't give a fuck about these people. I guess you kind of get the interesting idea that like the worms will trade you twire for organs. And there's this whole concept around the Haruspex being a ripper, and Haruspex is literally somebody who reads entrails, but I feel like the Bachelor ending being the town gets destroyed makes more sense if he doesn't give a fuck about these people and is just willy-nilly experimenting on them, right? It's hard to imagine what the, like, intended loop is in this game. Are they envisioning that you as the Haruspex are just killing people left and right to get their organs? And is the method of only killing bandits like cheese, basically, right? I don't know. How much space do I have? Gotta be careful running around. I'm doing okay. May as well look for some twire while we're down here. It's not this one, though. It's the next one. I guess I'll do some trading while I'm here. I have the inventory space for it. Sup? Yes, you can have one of my blood. Why not? Trade as much of this as I can get away with. Does he pay much for the egg? Oh! Well, shit. I should not have been eating those eggs. Those are actually pretty price effective for this guy. So are the vegetables, actually. Okay, I'll keep that in mind then. That's quite exciting. Lots of twire. Watch me be completely wrong. I have this expectation that in the Bachelor playthrough, I just got Panacea for free through questing, and that in the Haruspex playthrough, I'm gonna have to make all of it, and it's gonna require a fucking shitload of twire. And watches just have nothing to do with twire. Like, I guess the logs that keep popping up suggest that I'm on the right track with that, but so I'm hesitant to make any of those recipes that I'm finding because I think they just give you different immunity boosts, and I assume one of them. It might even be that you like have to make multiple recipes and then combine those recipes, because there's the still which is for making the twirine or whatever, twire extract. And there's a separate crafting station that doesn't seem to work right now. Some butchers and an herb bride. Give me some herbs, worm. 15 and 20. God damn it. I'm probably going to need... This is probably the one that I need the most of. It's not worth it right now, I don't think. Yes, I am Barak. Have you come to open my flesh up along the Ragi line? What do you mean? They want to feed the steppe with my blood to stop the plague, but I'm not strong enough for the earth to accept this sacrifice as sufficient. Please make them go away. You have the boon of fertility, don't you? The steppe loves me and grants me herbs. I can call White Whip with my songs, and brown twire is lured by the warmth of my breath. Black twire is abundant if I give my juices to the earth in winter. Gross. Will twire become rarer if you die? Oh, fuck that. What the fuck? So if you kill her, it reduces the spawn rate of that? Okay. You who knows the lines, you know how to liberate flesh, open this woman up for us. What for? Her juices nourish the steppe. She is full of Mother Botto's warmth. Whose death? Mother Superior is still young. Her warmth is not enough to keep the plague at bay. Mother Superior is like a 6-year-old? The dead mistress's daughters haven't come into their power yet. We need a sacrifice. Why should I smear my hands with innocent blood? Our children will grant you meat and even bread. I'll have better reputation if I kill this girl? What the fuck? Biased. Whose blood flows in your veins? So I'd rather fight the Romulan guy. Oh shit, this is probably a good time to have a gun. Wonder if I'm going to take a reputation hit for killing them. I would switch to the gun, but you can't go in your inventory without... It doesn't pause the game. This is video games, folks. I know we're at time. I'm going to try to finish this up, though. Which health do you guys have? These guys are much easier than the looters in terms of... If they only have one attack animation and they like have a spin up before they use it. Did not hear crying. Butcher's Heart. Looks like that maybe works. Alright. Future Marstead, you need to book it as quickly as you can to the Bachelor. You might actually be able to go around the back here. I've never tried. Oh, let me just try to do it real quick before we wrap. So I made a save in case it doesn't work, right? Yeah. Okay. See if this works. If there's actually been an exit the whole time that I didn't realize it, I'm gonna scream a little bit, but yeah, there totally has been. Oof. Okay, well now I know. Shit. Alright, Future Marstead, here's the deal. Wait. Oh, the quick saves are confusing. Okay. You just got some hearts from these 3 butchers. You want to take them to the Bachelor as quickly as you can. There is a back way in without having to go all the way around. However, you have to be really careful because there's a plague cloud right there. So be really careful trying to avoid it. Turn that in, and then you still haven't done your quest for today. There's supposed to be a side quest. No idea where to go to get it. Just, I don't know. Maybe it's a letter. Walk around a little bit more in the day, and if you have no idea, go ahead and just look at where the start of it is. Good luck.